guys. Sorry for the delay getting here. I just did a... Oh, gotta turn my volume down. Get feedback. Let's turn that down. So, there we go. Alright. Hey Les. Hey Monique. Cool. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Working on some sketch covers here. These are still the ones I got to finish up, so I'm going to try to get these colored in and rendered as much as I can tonight for a few hours. So I have to wrap up this one as well, put the final technique on. So yeah, Slave Leia I'm working on, Vader, this Mud Trooper, and the BB-8. So I'm going to bust out my markers, and you guys can watch me color and render and add details with colored pencils if I get that far, so we'll see. Start out with Vader, he might be a little easier. So yeah, thanks, late night sketch party. So hopefully I won't shake the camera too much tonight. Hopefully everything looks alright. Trying to get this set up just about right. So hopefully everyone's staying safe and having a good week so far. Cool grays for Vader. Do I want to do warm grays? I guess we'll start out doing some warm grays and we'll see how far I get with those. So I got these markers here. Let's see. CG1. I got these concept markers. I'm gonna This is some convention markers I picked up earlier this summer. We'll see how far these get me. Oh yeah, sorry Les, I didn't mean to be misleading. Yeah, the other night, a few days ago, I posted I need to finish up these covers shortly, so sorry for leaving you hanging there. I meant shortly as in within the next few days. So I would have been on actually last night or the night before, but yeah, still trying to figure out a schedule. I'm working on other stuff too, so yeah, we'll see. I'll get a schedule at some point, but I guess this is my 4th broadcast, so yeah, just bear with me while I work out all the kinks in the scheduling. I'm going to try to come on a few more times this week if I can, since it's only Tuesday. Still got to try to come on earlier in the evening at some point. I tend to be a night owl, but usually I'm working on other stuff during the day too, so. See how far these markers get me. Need to work on a better lighting setup for my computer desk too. right now, just gonna flat this guy. I'm gonna flat Vader with some 10% or 20% cool grays. And then I'm going to go back in and add some shading with some darker markers. Yeah, this marker's already drying up, so I'll have to give another 10%. There's a 30, I could probably use a 20%. There's a 30. As I dig through my markers, I know how exciting that is for you guys. So. Let's see. Let's find another 30, lots of 30s. There's a 20. Let's try this one. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. Thanks for hanging out. Kind of hard to see right now, but there is some gray tone being applied in here. It's a little light, but I'll darken it up as we go along. My sketch covers, my process, you can kind of see them in the sketch cards right there. Those are a little simplified, but my grayscale process tends to be layered, so I tend to layer a lot of values from 10 to 20% up to like 60 or 70 depending. Sometimes I go a little darker, but that's what gives the pieces the depth that you can kind of see. And there's some more sketch cards there. Some of my Indiana Jones sketch cards on the screen there. So yeah. Sight blue. Oh yeah, looks a little bluish, I bet. Yeah, it's just the lighting. I think it's the grays are cool grays, so they're gonna probably look a little more blue on the computer screen. You can kind of see it. So yeah, I tend to layer my grays. I mean, if I use warm grays, it probably won't look quite as blue on the computer screen. But man, I need to get some new markers soon because these Prismacolors I've been using them a lot in the last year or so, so they're starting to dry up a little bit. Some of my lighter tones. I use 20s and 30% a lot for flatting. So I tend to burn through those pretty quickly. Yeah, this one's already kind of crapping out. I have to bust out some other. I always got warm markers too. I can do a warm and a cool mix if I have to. A lot of warm markers. Oh yeah, just kind of flatten it. It's almost done. Let's do the helmet and the cape real quick. See if I got some more 20%. Look for my Legos here. So many 30s. I may just have to use a 30. Oh, there's a 20. I think this is a 22. And we'll try these 20s. Let's work with these 20s. I definitely have lots of 30% and 50% too. So let's see. There we go. It's better. This one's got plenty of life in it, I think. Yeah, it looks better. So yeah, Monique commissioned me for a Dark Shadows piece, which is really cool because I like that movie a lot. So I'm excited. I'll be drawing Johnny Depp as Barnabas here. If I don't get to it this week, I got a few more Star Wars commissions I got to finish. So it might be one that I start next week. So I'll be sure to give you a shout out when I start that one so you can watch me work on it. So yeah, I don't know if I've ever drawn Johnny Depp before. Trying to think. Have I ever drawn? This might be my first Johnny Depp piece, I think, that I do for as Barnabas from Dark Shadows. So that's another reason I was, because I know Johnny Depp gets a lot of flack for being kind of overdone as an actor and the whole Captain Jack spiel, but I love those movies, Pirates of the Caribbean. I love those films. I like a lot of his performances as an actor, so I can separate the actor from the art a little easier than most people. I think he gets. I mean, yeah, he's done some stupid stuff, and I'm sure he's guilty of many things. But as an actor, I enjoy his performances, and I liked him as Barnabas in Dark Shadows. So it'll be fun to draw that one. Here soon, and by shortly or soon, I don't I don't mean tonight, but I'll get to it here probably in a week or so once I get these sketch covers done. Yay, you're excited. I am too. Cool, yeah, thanks for commissioning me. That's awesome. I got a few other people I got to get back to about commission inquiries, so if you're waiting to hear back from me about a commission, I'll be doing that soon. So I'll be getting back to you shortly. And by shortly, I mean definitely, if not tonight, tomorrow, or sometime this week here soon. I got a few emails I got to get caught up on. So yeah, right now I'm just flatting, so nothing too exciting. This is sort of the more the least sexy part of the phase of rendering, but when it's all said and done, this should look pretty cool once I layer it up and add some effects and stuff. Little smear in there. That's alright. I'll go back in and blend that in. So that's a good thing about using a lot of tones is like when the ink smears, sometimes the Prismacolors, especially if they're a little drier, they'll smear the ink, but the Copics that I use don't quite smear as much. They're not quite as maybe saturated as these markers are, but they're more like watercolors. They tend to blend with the inks better. Um, but I don't want to use my Copics for flatting. I tend to use those for rendering. And I'll use my cheaper markers, the Prismacolors. I'll use those more for flatting, and I'll keep my Copics, which are more expensive and nicer markers. I'll keep those more for the subtlety, for the rendering and the shading. Now let's see. It looks like Vader's mostly flatted. Now that he's got some base tone to him, I can start to go in and layer him up. I think I might. I think that border I'll do in a 50%, so I don't really need to use a 20 for that. Just going in and patching in any holes right now. And hopefully everyone had a good weekend, staying at home, being safe, doing the quarantine thing like the rest of us, hopefully. I know some states are reopening businesses in parts of the state a little early. There's no vaccine, which is kind of crazy. But hey, I think Ohio is sticking to their guns for now and doing the right thing and keeping the quarantine going, keeping people safe. Safe is more important than making money at this point, because if you're dead, you can't spend money. So yeah, there is no economy with dead people. So being safe right now is the most important thing, not reopening businesses, unfortunately. So, but what can you do? You know, some of these governors are pressured by other politicians higher up. They're pressured by, you know, wanting their constituents to vote them back in office. And if their constituents don't believe in the virus, if they think it's a hoax or a conspiracy, or if they're just so desperate to make money, they're going to pressure their governors to reopen states. And I think those governors that are pressured into doing that are making mistakes right now. But I know it's scary, and everyone needs to work and make money. So, I mean, what can you do? It's a no-win scenario, but you definitely don't win if you're dead. So I think keeping things closed for the foreseeable future is probably the smarter move. And those governors that are doing that, I applaud them, because they're thinking bigger picture and not shorter term. So, and all the opinions expressed in my Twitch channel broadcast are expressively mine. Expressly mine. Yeah. So if you hear me hate on Trump and all that jazz, don't be surprised, because I'm no fan of the GOP or Republicans in general. So I might lose some of you, but that's okay. I'm not here to really talk about politics too much. I'm here to talk about Star Wars and movies, and not the coronavirus as much, though we definitely can talk about that. Nothing's off limits. So if you guys ask me questions, I am all down for talking about anything. So feel free to send me some chats, any questions, let me know. I think Vader's getting, yeah, he looks pretty flatted. I should probably hit that lightsaber though, and I'll do this border real quick. Right, Monique's got it. Yes, the economy can recover. Dead people can't, unless they're on The Walking Dead, and then you're undead, and that's the only kind of recovering dead people can do. So yes, exactly, Monique. Unless, what was my opinion of Rise of Skywalker? Oh man, good question, because I just did a podcast tonight. I believe it was called the New Force Order podcast, out of these fun guys out of New York. So, and that was one of the questions tonight as I chatted with those guys. What were my thoughts on Rise of Skywalker? And as a Star Wars fan, I loved it. As a storytelling fan, Okay, even as a Star Wars fan, I didn't love it, love it. Not like I love Last Jedi, which I loved, and Force Awakens, I really enjoyed a lot. So I rank Rise of Skywalker below those two. It was not as satisfying as I hoped. I wasn't a fan of a lot of the retconning that happened because I thought Ryan was smart to push Star Wars in new, interesting, intriguing directions. And I'll just keep flatting while I talk because that's easier. Um, I love Last Jedi, and I love that it, even though to me it balanced the traditions of Star Wars storytelling, but it also bucked some traditions and tried to push Star Wars in some new, intriguing directions, story wise, character wise. And because, Force Awakens comes along at first, and we have a Star Wars movie that's very much a soft reboot of Episode 4. I mean, Episode 7 is like a New Hope part two, right? A redo. So, um, but that said, I still love Force Awakens, even though it felt like a soft reboot. It wasn't. I don't know. There was something fresh about it still. That the new characters, the way it honored the legacy of the old characters. There's something. It was still fresh, and it was the right balance of old versus new. Less is like, what? I didn't like Rise of Skywalker. I liked it. I just didn't love it. I'll say that. I mean, I loved parts of it. I'm a Star Wars fan, so I'm gonna love anything Star Wars. Even the bad stuff, even the prequels. It's like, and the prequels aren't terrible. I love Revenge of the Sith, but I mean, come on, the prequels. I lived through the prequels, and I was really disappointed with those in general. But I was disappointed in the directing and the acting, not George's vision. And those movies are incredible to watch, and they're beautifully well done, and they're so imaginative. And what I love about the prequels is how they expand the mythology of the Star Wars universe, of the story. I love the prequels for how they do that. But I'm also disappointed in the prequels because I feel like the acting and the writing and the directing is pretty stale. They're not. Episodes 1 and 2 are kind of hard to get through. Episode 3 is definitely the best of the prequels. I love that one the most. But that said, I don't hate the prequels. I still love Star Wars movies, and I'm grateful for the prequels. Um, and it's sort of how I feel about Rise of Skywalker in some ways. I mean, I wouldn't say it was as stale as the prequels necessarily, but at the same time, I feel like it shorthanded a lot of the characters. It left a lot of it left me feeling unfulfilled. In a lot of ways, I'm not a fan of the whole retconning of Rey now being a Palpatine, just because people weren't happy with the whole idea that you didn't have to be special to be powerful. I like that from Last Jedi, and there's a lot like that in Rise of Skywalker that feels like, well, the fans complained about this, and so we're going to change that. We're going to redo this idea. We're going to retcon this idea, and I don't know. There's it. So overall, it feels like there's the sequel trilogy suffers from a lack of a unifying vision, whereas the prequels had a unifying vision, and that's the one great thing I love about the prequels. The sequel trilogy, I do love Force Awakens, but I love Last Jedi more. It feels more accomplished and more unified and consistent and original and fresh, like The Empire Strikes Back did back in the day. So, uh, Rise of Skywalker just feels like, I don't know, storytelling wise, there's a lot of chasing after MacGuffins to find another MacGuffin, to find another thing, to explain this, and it doesn't, it feels like there's less emphasis on the character arcs, except for maybe Kylo. He's the one that comes out on top in this, even though Yeah, I mean he's so well established in the first two movies already. And Ray too, for to a certain degree. I'm just again not a fan of the whole Palpatine thing, but a lot of the characters get shorthanded. Like Hux had so much potential, especially coming out of Last Jedi, and then he kind of gets shorthanded in Rise of Skywalker. Rose Tico, granted not everyone's favorite character, but she still got shafted, I think, in Rise of Skywalker. Um, Finn kind of got the short end of the stick too. I mean, it's like all these characters, if they had spent less time on the story, like a video game chasing after one object and another, and it's just like it lost. I don't know. It's easy to be critical of something as an armchair quarterback. I mean, movies are very tricky to make and very hard to pull off successfully, especially a finale that would be that rewarding for an entire trilogy. I'm not saying it wasn't rewarding at all. I felt like it came up short in a lot of ways, but I still loved it as a Star Wars fan. I just didn't love it as much as the earlier two, the earlier two sequel films. So JJ was under a lot of pressure to get that movie done. I mean, they were pretty far into Colin Trevorrow's film in terms of pre-production when they scrapped it. So then JJ had to come in last minute, and he had less than a year to get this movie done and out the door in time for Christmas. And that could not have been easy. I mean, there was a lot of rewriting, there was a lot of starting from scratch. Granted, they did use a lot of ideas. I think if you read the Colin Trevorrow script for Episode 9, which I really like that script a lot. I like it a lot, more than Episode 9 script. But that said, there are things in Trevorrow's script that rub me the wrong way too, that I wasn't crazy about. But overall, I think it was a little, it would have been potentially more fulfilling than what we got. But that's easy to say in hindsight, right? Because, like, well, I didn't like Rise of Skywalker. And I'm not saying I didn't like it. I'm just saying I was disappointed to some degree with it. But, yeah, it would have been cool to see Trevorrow's movie, even though there were parts of it, his story, I wasn't a fan of. But, JJ did the best he could in under a year. And it may not be my favorite Star Wars film, but that said, any Star Wars is good Star Wars, and I'm very happy. Even the prequels, I'm happy we have those. I'm happy that story can be told and expanded upon. And if without the prequels, we wouldn't have Clone Wars, and Clone Wars is like some of the best Star Wars ever. So, I think there will definitely be some great things to come out of Episode 9 for the future of Star Wars for sure. Even if some of it feels a little out of left field, the whole Palpatine thing. So yeah, uh, not the most rewarding Star Wars film for me, but I still really enjoyed it. I think I saw it 5 times so far. So I think the more I watch it, it'll grow on me more. But whereas Last Jedi, when it came out, I didn't. I was not a fan of Last Jedi at first. Then I saw it a second time, and then a third, and it just hit me. Like it just. I think after the second time is when it clicked, and I was like, okay, I'm okay with a lot of these drastic changes. And then the third time, I was like, this is genius. I love this movie, and I loved it. It was what I wanted without even realizing I wanted that in my Star Wars. I needed the breath of fresh air that The Last Jedi was. And Rise of Skywalker feels like too much of taking that fresh air and sucking it out of the room. And it feels like it just feels inconsistent and disappointing. And the story just isn't as fulfilling to me as I had hoped it would be. So, not the finale I'd hoped for, but, you know, it's alright. Because we got Clone Wars, we got Mandalorian, we've got Obi-Wan Kenobi coming. I mean, not every Star Wars is perfect, and not every Star Wars movie is the end all. There's so much pressure on Star Wars to be this perfect trilogy, and it's not, it's not easy to always satisfy everyone. I loved Last Jedi, but a lot of people hated it. So, it's that's how Star Wars goes, unfortunately. But so I mean, I feel bad for the people that hated Last Jedi and were disappointed by it. So, but there's still a lot of great stuff in Rise of Skywalker. There are moments I'm like cheering every time I watch it. There are things. It's just, certain scenes are beautiful to watch. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely like the prequels. I mean, Last Jedi has a lot of great things going for, or sorry, Rise of Skywalker has a lot of great things going for it. It's still Star Wars, and at the end of the day, I love all Star Wars. I might draw the line at the holiday special, but um, yeah. So Les is more surprised that I love Last Jedi. Yeah, I loved it. I love Last Jedi. I thought it was genius filmmaking. I thought it was very fulfilling to me. I can watch it over and over. I I I love the Rey Kylo storyline in that film. Um, yeah, I don't know. That Last Jedi is my jam. Force Awakens I can watch all the time too. That one's really fun for me. Rise of Skywalker just hasn't. I haven't felt it. I guess it hasn't set with me like the other two films have, unfortunately. But um, but then I love Solo. A lot of people didn't like Solo, and I love Solo a lot. And of course, I love Rogue One. Um, so I don't know. It's hard to rank all those movies for me because it just depends on my mood. But I mean, the classic trilogy and the prequels are easier to rank. The newer movies, they're still pretty new. So and they, I mean, I'd put Last Jedi up there with the classic trilogy for sure. Um, I'd probably put the other one shortly behind. The prequels might come in towards the end for me of the list, but yeah, I mean that's in general. That's how I feel. I mean, I still enjoyed Episode 9 probably more than I enjoyed the Star Wars prequels. That said, I didn't hate the prequels. I was just disappointed when they first came out, and they're kind of hard to get through even still. Except Episode 3 for me is that one I can watch pretty often. 1 and 2 I don't watch as much. I mean, I'll still watch them because they're Star Wars, and I love Star Wars, and I can throw them on in the background. But episodes 1 and 2 don't quite hold my attention as much as episode 3 does. Um, that said, I love Duel of the Fates from episode 1. I mean, that's one of the best lightsaber fights ever. So, again, even if a Star Wars movie is not the greatest, there's still amazing things that these movies do that you just can't look away from or you have to acknowledge. And the world building and the mythology that episodes 1 and 2 establish, I love that. I love that about those films, and I love the art direction of those films and the visuals, um, the costuming. I mean, those prequels are gorgeous to look at and watch, so I will definitely watch them for those reasons as well. Yeah, Hux had a sad ending. That's right. I think he got shafted. He's one of the characters in Episode 9 that came up kind of shorthanded. They gave him a lot of potential. They gave him a lot of potential in Episode 8. I mean, Hux was great in 7. Rian Johnson took the character. I was like, okay, I'm gonna really have fun with him in 8. And then we get to Episode 9, and Hux is like, I mean, I like that they made him a traitor, but he was still kind of like he's there and he's gone. Like he didn't really bring a lot to the story. He was there for one punchline basically, and it was kind of sad. General Pride was cool. I would have liked to seen more of him even, but if I had a preference, I would say let's just get rid of Pride in the story. Let's focus on Hux. Let's play up that conflict. It's more, and let's have that payoff of Hux getting killed later in the movie. Instead, he kind of goes out like a chump, and I think all the character potential that was set up for him in 7 and 8 was kind of diminished in 9, unfortunately. Yeah, Knives Out was awesome. I've seen that a few times now, probably 3 times. I love Knives Out. It was so good. Yeah, I saw it twice in the theater, and I own it on Blu-ray, so I've watched it on Blu-ray too. So. I may have streamed it too. I think I may have seen it 4 times. Yeah, so I think I probably watched it 4 times. Yeah, so it's a really fun movie. If you haven't seen Knives Out yet, I definitely recommend it. It was a lot of fun. Cool, so if you're just now logging on, I'm working on some sketch covers right now. I'm just flatting these, and eventually I'm going to get these up to this level, and then I still need to finish this one out a little bit. So right now just flatting these. I got another one with BB-8 I've got to flat, and then we'll add some more layers with some darker marker colors and stuff too. So. Yeah, so thanks for hanging out, everyone that's watching. So this is one of the more tedious parts of how I do this. So the flatting tends to be a little tedious, and I'm just sort of like filling in like a coloring book. But I kind of do this to establish a base tone, so that when I layer, once I start to layer these up, it'll have more depth, because it'll have like a. It's kind of like when you varnish a canvas. It's the same idea. You know, you put down a base tone, and then some of that base tone. When I say varnish, it's not really varnish, but when you paint like a base tone on a canvas, and then allows, when you layer on top of that base tone, some of that color bleeds through. Even though I'm doing grays, I'm not doing full color. I'm still rendering and developing this style, still layering it. So some of these lighter grays will come through the darker grays, and ultimately it looks better if I flat the whole thing, and then, you know, once I flat it, you'll see it start to pop after I add some layers, some more darker color. Yes, this is a Mud Trooper. If you haven't seen Solo yet, this Mud Trooper character, they're like stormtroopers on a really muddy planet, you know. So it's I forget the name of the planet, and I used to know. I can't. Yeah, the planet the Mud Troopers on. There's a whole bunch of it's like snow troopers. You know, you got snow troopers. You've got the biker scouts, who are, you know, like forest troopers. You know, and then you got the range troopers, who are also in Solo. They look like mountain stormtroopers. So yeah, the Mud Trooper costume's really cool, and a fan commissioned me to draw a Mud Trooper for him. So it's a pretty detailed costume. I mean, this is like there's a lot going on in this guy, so he's going to be tricky to finish out, but. But I kind of do this like an assembly line where I'll flat everything. I'll go back and I'll add the next pass. It tends to speed up the process, so not the most exciting part, the flatting and the layering. Once I get into the final details, though, and the final layering, it'll really come together, I think. So. This one, let's use 20. Give this 20 a break for a minute to use my other one. Maybe this one. Let's see how good this one is. Yeah, this one's a little better, I think. That one's starting to dry up a bit, so. Just going through and patching up some of these holes. It's hard to see. You can see that you can start to see a little bit of the grain there coming through. So I usually start out with a 20 or a 30 and then move up to a 50 and to a 60 or 70. I tend not to go darker than a 70 because my blacks tend to be my darkest. So usually 70%. You can see these markers have percentages on them. Like this is a 20%. So yeah, I might go up to like a 70% gray at my darkest gray value, and then leave my black. So it just really depends. The 80 and the 80-90% grays look pretty black already, so I don't want to make it too muddy. Well, the coin of phrase muddy, mud trooper, but yeah, I don't want my grays to end up getting too muddy if I use too many values. So I tend to stick to 20, 30, 40, like 20 to 70 in there. So I'll be doing Monique's Dark Shadow sketch, not on a sketch cover. These come pre-printed with the logos on them. I'll be doing hers on a piece of Bristol or art paper. It'll probably be toned art paper. Might have a gray tone or like a umber or beige tone to it, but we'll see. I have some art paper I'll probably end up using for that one. So yeah, okay, that looks like this is getting there. Let's see. Take a drink without spilling my drink here. So I got to do this cog. Well, probably do that cog in 50% gray. We'll come back to that cog. Let's bust out the BB-8 real quick. All right, flat this little guy. So this is BB-8 discovering the Infinity Gauntlet on Jakku. This was a lot of fun to draw. So it's kind of a cool mashup of Star Wars and Marvel. So yeah, we'll go ahead and flat this guy. And I tend to do my black fills early. That way I know where I don't have to tone with the grays. So it saves me a little marker, but yeah, it just helps me. I pop in those blacks first, and then I go and do my grays usually. Now if I'm doing a different technique or style, I might leave those blacks open. If I do more of a really rendered style, I tend to leave my blacks open. You might see it in some of my sketch cards that pop up in the slideshow. You'll see some really rendered, and they tend to look a little softer. I don't go quite as heavy on the blacks on those. But these more comic booky ones, kind of, yeah, like those Lord of the Ring or Hobbit ones right there. That's what I'm talking about. So those tend to be a little softer, a little more rendered, not quite as graphic or heavy with the blacks, like BB-8 here. I might use pencils, really tight pencils, instead of ink pens on those as well. This one's ink pen, so it's going to have more of a comic book feel, more of a graphic design feel. Thank you, Monique says. Looks good. Awesome. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, so these are just flattening this real quick. I'll go back to the Vader and I'll start doing the borders and start layering. And maybe we'll get one of these done tonight. We'll see how far we get. Don't mean to shake the camera. I'm actually scrubbing these markers pretty hard on the paper. If you see the camera shake, I'm sorry. Right now I got a setup with a kind of a cheap setup with the webcam with my phone on a gooseneck, so it'll yeah, so the gooseneck is clamped to my desk, so it might shake a little bit if I scrub too hard with these markers. There we go. See, you can see me a little better. I'll fix the camera. Okay. Clouds are always tricky. It's like, how much of those? I'll start off the base at least. I'll render the bottoms of the clouds with the 20%. I don't want to go too crazy rendering all those clouds. Oh yeah, clouds. Let's start to do the bottom here. I don't know what I'm going to do with the sky yet. I guess we'll figure that out later. I mean, I'll definitely color it. I just don't know what kind of gradation. I mean, I'm probably going to have a sun here. So I'll have a bright sun, and then I'll probably gradate it out this way. Oops, shaking the camera again. Scrubbing these covers with the 20% gray. Just trying to get that tone in there. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, folks. If you have any questions, feel free to send me a text in the chat. Is there anything you want to talk about? You want to hear my opinion on anything Star Wars? Because we got a lot going on right now. There's Mandalorian, which is, we're going to get season 2 later this year. Clone Wars is dropping right now. There's still 2 more episodes left, and that is awesome. I'm loving the Clone Wars. So this finale has been, this Siege of Mandalore finale has been pretty epic so far. So I can't wait for the, I mean, I don't want it to end, but at the same time, I'm excited to see how this story wraps up and how they give Clone Wars the send-off it deserves. So been watching a lot of movies recently, so always usually watching horror movies when I'm working. I mean, everyone thinks, oh, he loves Star Wars, so he's like a sci-fi guy. And I'm like, no, I mean, I am. I love sci-fi, but I love horror films, one of my favorite genres. So I tend to watch a lot of scary movies and horror movies while I'm working. Occasionally I'll watch sci-fi, but yeah, so I'm usually watching a lot of, always down to stream new horror films on Netflix or Amazon or Hulu or any of the Shudder. So many streaming platforms I'm part of. So yeah, the streaming wars have begun for sure. I'm always looking for really good movies. Well, I mean, not even really good. I mean, just movies to watch. They can be bad, I guess, but I mean, I'm always down for bad horror films too. Not the ones that are so bad they're unwatchable, but they don't have to be great films. They can be okay movies, or so yeah. Start getting the Infinity Gauntlet flatted, and just got to finish up the rest of the sand real quick. Markers everywhere, and I can see, but Marker City, there's markers everywhere. So yeah, this whole Twitch thing is pretty new. I mean, it's new for me. I'm just starting out with it, so hopefully we can grow an audience. If I do these later in the day, I tend to have more people, I've realized. So, or I mean earlier in the day rather. So yeah, starting kind of late tonight, but figure, well, I'll put in a few hours on these and we'll see where they, see how much I get done here. Alright, so I almost have this one flatted. I can start to go in and do the borders on these too. Oh, cool. Being hosted by Sith Lord Brit. Awesome. Thanks for hosting me. Monique says, haven't had time to binge anything or really watch a lot. Oh, you're actually working more than usual. That's good to hear. I mean, most people aren't even working during this pandemic, so yeah, that's pretty good that you're actually working more. When the real world shut down, everyone migrated to the virtual one. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, I don't, unfortunately, I'm not getting to do any conventions right now, and conventions are a big way how I make money selling my art and going to different cities and promoting, and along with working on freelance and commissions too. So I have freelance that I do sporadically depending on the client and how much I'm doing. Luckily, I got some freelance right now that I'm working on, which on top of these commissions. So even though I can't do Comic Cons, I've got a little bit of work to do, which is good. Um, so yeah, we'll see how long I can survive in this pandemic as a self-employed artist. So, but that's another reason why I'm doing more commissions recently, because when I'm traveling a lot, I don't get to work on commissions as much. Um, Now that I'm home more often, I'm like, oh, I can use this time to get some more commissions in and do some more of those. So if you want to commission me, like Monique did, feel free to message me or email me, and you'll see me working on her sketch probably in a week or so. A Johnny Depp Barnabas from Dark Shadows sketch. So I'm excited to do that one. So yeah, it doesn't have to be Star Wars. I do, any movie or comic book or TV show. If it's something I'm interested in, then I'll say yes. If it's something I'm like, well, if it doesn't really fit my wheelhouse or my styles or my sensibilities, um, then maybe I'll pass on it. Probably not. I mean, if you give me some options to choose from, that's always best. So if you have like 2 or 3 characters that you think, how about this one or this one, then usually I can find something that I'm like, oh yeah, that would look really cool in my style. I would love to do that. So you may not see me drawing any Pokemon. I know my buddy Brian Miller is a cartoonist. He does Octopolis, and he's been doing Pokemon and all kinds of awesome Disney characters, which I love Disney, and I love Disney characters, but it's not in my wheelhouse to necessarily draw them. I tend to gravitate towards Star Wars or Marvel or DC or sci-fi or horror or movies. Um, I love animation. I love the animated characters. And I'll draw Star Wars animated characters all day. But yeah, I mean, you won't really see me draw like Scooby-Doo or Pokemon or Snoopy necessarily. I might actually. I need to do a Snoopy sketch for somebody, for a personal friend. But yeah, but for my live stream, if you want to commission me, um, if you have a favorite movie character, whatever the genre, let me know, or Star Wars or Marvel or DC. Then yeah, it would probably be good to go if you're interested. Now I'm gonna start filling in these borders. I can find my 50% gray. Let's see what we can find here. There's a 40. There's a 60. I guess I could just use, let's see, I think I have this one. Let's try this one. Let's see how this works. I don't want to go too dark. Let's test it. A piece of scrap paper. It's not too bad. So, oh yeah, Twitch is a good way to get yourself out there to a new kind of crowd. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm doing it. Just because it's new, and I could do Facebook Live or something like that, but it's kind of limiting what you can do with Twitch. Is a little more padded out. So yeah, I thought, I'll try something that has a little more bells and whistles to it, as opposed to Instagram Live or something. So, and I'll be uploading these videos to YouTube. So I have a YouTube channel. Yeah, you can see it. Whoops, at the top, right there is my YouTube channel. It's just Joe Caroni. So feel free to subscribe and like the videos, and that'll help me get more views, and I can do more of these and it'll help support my art career. So thank you. So Monique says I watched Brian Miller, by the way, earlier today. Oh, he's doing a Supernatural piece. Nice. I'm actually working on some Supernatural artwork for the WB, so I got to get back to that really soon. But yeah, so I'm working on a Supernatural poster. I'm a fan of the show as well. I haven't watched the newer seasons. I think I stopped around season 9 or 10, so I have to like binge like the last 5 seasons. But I watched up till then, and then I just got distracted with so many other shows. But I do like Supernatural a lot. It was a really fun show. So yeah, I got hired to do a cool like art print promotional poster for that show, which I'm working on right now. So yeah, and Ashley says, "Draw me Ray." I already did. That's right. So yeah, I drew Ashley Ray already. So right now, I'm just gonna fill in these borders right here. Oh, sorry, camera got a little blurry. Got a little bit of a reflection. Let's just move that light over a little bit. There we go. It's a little better. I'm going to fill in these borders, and then I'll go back to layering. So, yeah, it'll be for sale, right? Best start saving now. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be for sale. Yes, um, it'll be released by Trends International, and they have the poster license for Supernatural. Now, I don't know when it'll be coming out because everything with the pandemic, a lot of stuff just got the projects I'm working on have been delayed. Um, so it may still come out at the end of summer or the fall, maybe. I'll be sure to let everyone know that way. When it comes out, if you follow me on, I know you follow me on Facebook and Twitter and all that already, but for everyone else, if you're a Supernatural fan, follow me on my social media and I'll announce when that Supernatural poster comes out. And I'm hoping it comes out in the fall, maybe. I hope so. Yeah, I know you have a the Joe Carney Museum, and Monique's been a fan for a long time. She discovered my work and from True Blood back in like 2008, 2009. I was drawing True Blood comics for IDW, which I was a fan of the show as well. So it was really cool to work on that franchise. And I worked on True Blood for maybe like 3 years or so, 3 or 4 years. I can't remember. I did a lot of covers. I drew the interiors for a series, and then some graphic novel covers. So yeah, that's how she discovered my work, and she's been a great supporter ever since then. So thank you. Yeah, the Joe Caroni Museum is apparently Monique Renee's house, so that's pretty funny. I like to think of this place as the Joe Caroni Museum because well, at one point I had even more of my artwork up on the walls, but I took some of it down. I have some of my artwork, and then it's mostly other people's art that's in here. So for inspiration. All right, so I got this border in, so let's work on this border. Oh wow, I got 9 watchers. Yay. All right, so the pressure is on. So right now I flatted these covers already, so you can see Mud Trooper, BB-8, and Darth Vader. Just kind of toned them. I'm going to come back to these and render them with some more layers in a little bit. Doing the borders first here. Cool. Thanks everyone for subscribing and to my Twitch channel. Much appreciated. This is how I'm reaching out to fans right now online. I have my YouTube channel where I upload these as well. And then of course I'm always on Facebook and Twitter. And Instagram. You guys can catch me there. But yeah, I'm doing more of this live streaming thing. So this is my 4th live stream, and I'll try to get on earlier in the day, maybe tomorrow. That way I can, when more people are awake on the East Coast. I know some of you East Coasters, this is pretty late for you guys, so sorry about that. I tend to be a night owl, so yeah, so I'm usually up pretty late. But I'll try to start earlier in the day on some of these. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, if you end up getting tired and you can't hang out, it's all good. Just know that I'll be doing some more of these earlier in the day, and at some point during this pandemic craziness, I'll get a regular schedule going. I know Brian's really good about that already. Brian Miller's way more organized than me, so he's been doing his Twitch channel. He just started about a month, maybe 3 weeks before me. I can't, but he's already like got his act down, you know. And I'm like, okay, like I'm still figuring things out. Brian's a great guy. Brian and I have worked together for many years now, so he's been my right hand in a lot of my Star Wars illustrations over the years, helping me with color and stuff. So now he's on his own path with his Star Wars art, and I've been doing a lot of painted stuff. So Brian and I haven't worked together too recently, but yeah, I know he's helping with Ashley's artwork right now. So he's been doing some cool stuff with Ashley and helping her with her art, which is awesome. Hi, Ahsoka. My cat's been wanting my attention ever since I've been doing this. You want to come in and pop in? You might see my cat pop in on camera here soon. She's getting nosy. Oh, wow, okay. So, oh, okay. Am I allowed to say if it has Gabriel in it? The Supernatural print. I don't know what I can really talk about. I guess I can say no, it doesn't have Gabriel in it. But I'd say it has like 1, 2, 3. I think it has like 5 characters in it. Of course, the boys, you know, Dean and Sam, and Cass. Cass is in it. But yeah, that's probably about all I can say about it. It's a cool piece. I'm excited to finish it and get it out the door soon. So, Sith Lord Brit says, watching other Twitch streamers in the art category will help move my streaming forward. Oh, cool. Good to know. Thanks for that tip. There are a few. I've been watching my buddy Lee Kosi on Twitch. It's Kosi Art, Kohse Art. He's a Star Wars artist as well, so I've been watching his streams. Brian Miller, of course. Octopolis is his stream. Oktopolis. Octopolis. Well, Jim Lee's been on Twitch, and I've been watching some of his streams. Uh, he's been on there. He's been more active more recently, so which is cool. Um, there's a few other artists I think I'm following. There's Crystal Faye who does really cool art. I've been digging her stuff recently. I think I caught one of her streams. What are some of the other channels? Sean Forney. He's out of Southern Ohio, I believe, Dayton or Cincy. And Sean Forney's been doing some cool sketch covers as well for commissions. Um, so I've been following him. So yeah, I gotta interact more with the Twitch streamers, and that'll probably help bump up my numbers too. Yep. So I gave Brian to Ashley, and you're grateful. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, she was. Ahsoka was gonna come in here, and she was really close to the camera, and then she left. So I thought maybe my cat might pop in. She was right here by the camera, but then she walked away. So you might see her at some point. Yeah, your cat's snoring by your head. Yeah, your cat's got the right idea. It is pretty late at night, but it's like almost 2 a.m. now. God, when did I start? I started at like 12:45, I think. All right, so got this guy done. I'll come back and do the cog. I still have to finish inking that little piece right there. Let's see. Let's ink the panel on Vader, and I still have to do the lightsaber too. So probably just start the edges of it, and I'll come back and finish the lightsaber later. But this is sort of like the coloring book phase of the art, and it's like, okay, stay in the lines. It's like, all right. So I don't want to. Gotta be careful not to get too crazy here. So. Yeah, the coloring book phase isn't it's not always the sexiest phase of doing the art, but here in just a little bit, I'm gonna start to layer, and it'll get a little more interesting. So right now, I'm just sort of filling in I'm still kind of flatting. I'm just filling in these borders right now. At some point, I'll have to get up and stretch because I've been sitting here for like an hour and a half. Yeah, so earlier your cat had the crazies and wore herself out. That's funny. Yeah, I think our cat gets the zoomies. Kind of depends. Usually at night. I mean, she's more of like a 5 a.m., 6 or 7 a.m. zoomy cat, and then it's like for like an hour, and then yeah, then she passes out usually by 7 or 8. And I know this because I tend to be up sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes I'm still up that late working. So. Or I'm just winding down trying to get to sleep. But I tend not to try to stay up that late if I can help it. I mean, usually if I'm in bed by 3 or 4, then that's a good day. So just depends on how the day goes and how much I'm trying to get done that night. I think tonight will be a late night though, because it's already 2, and yeah, I'll probably do this stream for a few hours at least, and actually I start at 12:45, so oh man, I'll easily go past 3 at this point, so maybe even 4, and then we'll see at that point how far I get. So might start to wind it down around then, but yeah, maybe I'll take a short break and break this up into segments, and then come back later and after I get a quick little break. So yeah, if you're just hanging out, I'm just rendering these sketch covers. I'm just putting in, just flattening them right now. Just kind of knocking out these borders on these. So Vader will be pretty easy because he's such a dark character, and the only real detail is in the mask and in the glove, the helmet and the cape. That's what I love about this pose, because it's a dramatic pose, but all that detail on his chest panel and on his belt and even the front of his face, it's all kind of obscured. So this one will go, I know this one will go quick because it's mostly helmet and cape. The glove won't be too detailed, but yeah, so this will be an easier. That Mud Trooper is going to be like, oh man, there's a lot of dramatic foreshortening, a lot of detail in that one. But it was a really cool pose, so I wanted to do that pose because I knew it'd be challenging and fun. So, but Vader will go quick once I start to render him. Let's see. I gotta go back. Let's go back to. Let's check out BB-8 here for a second. Let's see if there's any holes I need to fill in this on the border. I feel like I got it. Yeah, he looks pretty good so far. Let's go back. What I can probably do is I can probably flat that big cog. Let's see. That looks pretty good on the border. Let's see what kind of percent I want to use on that cog. Maybe like a 30% maybe. Let's see if I got a. There's a 40. There we go. Let's try this. Got these concept markers. This one's, oh, we can't really see it. Okay, well, yeah, it won't really focus. It's a 30% cool gray. So yeah, I'm gonna use this one. Oh, I see. Okay, so if that is, gotta figure out how I colored this. So looks like, yeah. So I'll leave this open for. Hopefully this marker doesn't die on me, because I'll need it for this big area, so hopefully I can flat this without it crapping out. If not, I'll have to probably bust out like a 40% gray on my Prismacolors to match it. I think I'll be alright. So Monique says Brian Miller is doing Castiel and Gabriel. Cool, those are cool characters. I actually met Gabriel. I think it was C2E2 like 6 years ago. I ran into him um, with my daughter Katie. We ran into that actor in the lobby of the hotel that we were staying at, and for that Comic Con C2E2, he was one of the guests there at the convention, and she was super excited because she's a huge fan of the show. She's the one that got me watching it, and we asked for a quick photo, and of course, he didn't charge us. It was in the lobby of the hotel, so he was really super cool and friendly, and was happy to be recognized, of course. And so yeah, he was a super cool guy. I'm really grateful that he took time out to talk with my daughter for like a few minutes, and she was gushing, about that for a long time. Castiel's awesome. That's a great character. So I'm glad I get to put him in my print. That's cool that Brian is drawing both of those guys for you. I see. If you had asked me to draw Supernatural, I would. Oh heck yeah, I'll draw those characters. But Dark Shadows is pretty cool too. So I'm stoked to do my first Johnny Depp drawing. That'll be fun. I bet Brian's excited to do the Supernatural pieces for you too, because I'm sure he loves the show too, or hopefully he's seen it. We never really talk about it, but I'm sure he's familiar with it. And then Les says, when markers start to die, how do you keep it from streaking? So yeah, really, the streaking is just going to come regardless. I mean, even if the marker isn't dying, there's going to be some, like you can see here, there's some streaking. The marker's not really dying. It's just I haven't really probably layered it enough. But there's always going to be that element of streaking, and there's nothing you can really. It comes with the territory with markers, but one technique that I learned, and it kind of helps take the marker streaking to a different level. Like it complements it, or in a lot of ways it hides it. But then I start. I've been using colored pencils to blend my pieces with a line technique that's really similar to what Mark Ratz does. I've been studying his technique, and so I've kind of taken my technique and influences from other artists like Mark, my buddy Yuko Smith, who's on Twitch. He has some really great techniques, and I'm like, okay, how does he do that? And so I need to study his stuff some more. But I look at a lot of different artists, and I get different techniques. And really, even with the marker streak, there's ways to go about, to make it work for your piece. And so yeah, that's what I plan on doing. Is using colored pencils to kind of blend some of those streaks in a little bit. I mean, I don't care if the streaks are in there. I mean, it gives the piece that illustrative feel anyway, but if a marker starts to crap out, and it's like, okay, I gotta. Sometimes I have blenders I'll use a little bit, or find a similar tone and blend it. So there's never really, I want to say mistakes, but when you're a traditional artist and there are mistakes or things that happen that you don't like, you have to learn to be flexible and adapt and make those problems or those hiccups or those mistakes work for you. So yeah. And in the case of streaking markers, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna make that work to my advantage. I'm gonna use that and find ways to work or adapt with it. So hopefully that answers your question in a roundabout way. Speaking of Katie, how's she doing? Oh yeah, you remember? Oh yeah, I think. Oh yeah, you probably saw the picture because I posted that on. Pretty sure I posted that on Facebook back in the day. I think that was like 5 or 6 years ago. But yeah, it still comes up in my photos. Yeah, she's doing good. My daughter Katie, yeah, she's on her second boyfriend now. So second ever. She's only, how old is she? 21. Yeah. So, but she's dating and she's on boyfriend number two. She probably doesn't like me saying referring to that, but yeah, that's good. I mean, she's doing good. She's happy. I'm happy to see her happy, and I haven't seen a whole lot of her because of this quarantine thing. So trying to keep my distance. I don't really leave the house too much because I don't want to get sick and make anyone else sick. So yeah, I still see Kate. I mean, I've seen her a few times during the quarantine, so I'm kind of missing my kid, and I need to see her soon. So but yeah, she's doing good. So right now I'm just filling in this Imperial cog, which is really just a big background. I realize I'm gonna have to fill in this part too because I'm doing I put these lines in here. I guess I could have left it. Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to see how I want to handle this. So yeah, I don't want to render into the solo cover too much, but oh, you're welcome, Les. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like um, the streaking's gonna be there regardless. So I just kind of work with it and adapt with it, and then I think you'll see like once I start using my color pencils, and I'll be doing my technique on my final technique. This is my final technique along with the highlights and the whites. I think once you see that over the marker, you'll see that the streaking isn't as important anymore. It's still going to be there, but it'll be a little more subdued. So, oh, here comes my kitty. Hey, Soka. My cat's being nosy. I don't know if she'll come up here or not. Yeah. You want to come up here? Yeah. All right. So if you can see her, she's been drinking water. She's all wet. So yeah, there's my kitty. Say hi. Yeah, there you go. Hello. Say hi to the internet's Ahsoka Tano Jedi Kitty. So you're a good girl, aren't you? Yes, you are. So yeah, she's being nosy and wanting my attention, so we'll let her down. She just wanted me to pet her for a second. Now I got cat hair on my shirt. So I'm going to ink that line right there. I don't want to forget that. Yeah, so starting to fill in here. Also, if any of you have ordered anything from me recently, I mean, not commissions, but like prints or posters, um, thank you for patiently waiting while I get those shipped out because that's something else I got to do this week. is get those orders out the door. So I appreciate all the support, but also the patience while I get those orders together. It's hard finding time in the day for everything, but I think I'm just going to fill in this part. I might as well, because it's definitely part of the background at this point. All right, it looks like this one's pretty well flatted now. I can start to go in and layer the tones on him. Let's go back and figure out what I'm going to do with this background. I think I'll do the lightsaber on him real quick. Alright, so let's use, I still have that 20%. That's right, oops, right here. Oh, that's 10%. Oh, there's a 20. Let's try the 20%. Alright, let's see. I have to bust out my ruler. Alright, so right now I'm just outlining, but I'm gonna probably let's do a little bit more of a glow. So I'll end up hitting this with a colored pencil too to give it that effect. Let's make this 20% glow just a little bit bigger. Then I'll probably put about a 10% on the outside of it. Also, I should probably give my my TeePublic site a shout out. So if anybody wants to buy some of my art on like t-shirts, I partnered with TeePublic recently. I don't have a link for it in my social media yet, but if you're watching this broadcast, go to tpublic.com, and my store name is Space Replicant 77. So it's like Space Replicant, like Blade Runner 77, all one word. Yeah, Space Replicant 77. I've got some Star Wars stuff up there, some fan art, not all my published pieces, obviously, but um, some of my Star Wars designs are up there. Some of my other stuff. There's some Star Trek pieces up there right now. Um, what else is on there? Shaking the camera. Sorry. There's some of my horror artwork, like The Thing, Pan's Labyrinth, Stranger Things, some other stuff. So yeah, check it out. There's like, I think there's like 40 some designs up right there on my site right now, my new TeePublic site. So you can like, there's like sweaters and t-shirts and coffee mugs and tumblers and um, journals and phone cases. So um, yeah, not every, I can't put everything up there because of, copyright, but um, yeah, there is some stuff up there right now. So like I said, there's about 40 different designs. So if you like any of my art, if there's something there that catches your eye, you think it might look good, like, I don't know, like a shower curtain. And actually, no, that's Redbubble. But I am working on a Redbubble site right now too. I've got a few designs on Redbubble right now. There's like 4 or 5, but I'll be adding more to that this week. Um, it's the same store name, Space Replicant 77 is my store name on Redbubble. Actually, I think it's just Space Replicant, but you'll see when you go into my store, you'll see the full store name, because I was limited to so many characters for the store name on Redbubble. Um, so yeah, check that out. Redbubble offers a lot more products, like 60 different products. So like, the art that I put there, you'll be able to get on a lot of different things, like clocks and towels and bed sheets and phone cases and mugs and a lot more clothing items. So feel free to check that out. Um, yep, there it is. Awesome. Les has got it. Sweet. Yeah, Space Replicant 77. So I just started it, and the producers of that site got in touch with me, and they were wanting to work with me. So I finally, like, this was back at New York Comic Con in October. So I finally got that up and running just a few days ago, I think. So it's still pretty new. I don't think I've sold anything yet, but yeah, I don't know. If you see something you like and say, yeah, that would look cool on a t-shirt or something you might need, so check it out. I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing that link, Les. Much appreciated. I appreciate that. Okay, so I got the lightsaber kind of done. Let's see. I'm gonna use that 10% real quick and add a little bit more glow to that, and then gotta put in some kind of outer spacey background, I think, for this. So, which will be pretty easy. I'm just gonna blend some colors back there. So yeah, I got a store going on Redbubble. It'll have less of my Star Wars stuff there, but it probably won't have as many art options as TeePublic, but Redbubble offers more product. So just because of copyright reasons, I won't have quite as much stuff on Redbubble, but it'll still be cool. I'll be sure to post links at some point for those of you that are curious. But yeah, oh yeah, yeah. My shirts are marked down to $14 for a day. Sweet. just for a day. I think the sale was going for like 2 or 3 days, and it might be down to the last day on. But yeah, so instead of $20 shirts, you can get T-shirts with my art for $14, which is pretty cool. And there's a lot of cool Star Wars. There's actually some Star Wars designs, some new stuff that a lot of people haven't seen. So there are some new Star Wars art pieces, designs that are up there. So yeah, I mean, I've got tons of art that just like older artwork I've done that I was like just laying around, like that would look cool on a T-shirt. I'm gonna grab that and throw that on the site, and TeePublic seems to be digging it, so we'll see. Hopefully fans will too. I'm trying to get this grade to work. Just there we go. There we go. It's a little better. All right. So now that I got the lightsaber in there, this nice glowy saber, I'm going to start to drop in the background on that. I mean, I could use that 30 again. I wonder if I should do dark to light, light to dark. The darks are here. I may go darker here and then go lighter. I think that's what I'll do. Let's see. Let's go. I saw that 50. I guess I'll go with the 50% gray. There's the 10, there's the 30, there's the 20. Is that the 50? Oh, that's 80. God, this print is so small, it's like, okay. There's a 40, I'll probably use that for sure. This might be the 50. It is. Alright. So let's start out with the 50 up here, and I'll blend to a 40 and a 30. Alright. So this is going to be like a space field back here. I'm just going to trying not to go over the glow because I want to keep that light. It's like, how do I want to gradate this? Let's see. We'll go kind of like maybe like an arc a little bit, give it kind of a radial gradation if I can pull it off maybe, or I guess it doesn't have to be perfect because it's outer space. We can be nebulas and stuff, but let's just try this for a second. We'll give a little bit of an arc to it. Back with that later. Let's do the 40%. What I should do, what gradient's not gonna, it's gonna get messed up anyway. I should probably just put a line in there for it, so I know where the cutoff is. There we go, it's a little better. That'll help me see the edge. Oh yeah, I do. I tend to charge more for full color, so the question Les asked me, do I do commissions in full color? And I do. You might see a few of them. You'll see a few pop up on this slideshow right here. There's like a Kylo Ren one that's more recent. There's a Captain Phasma full color sketch commission, sketch cover. So yeah, I mean, I do them. It's just usually for full color, I might charge around $400 to $500 for those. The gray ones, I'll do anywhere from $200 to $300, you know, depending. So they tend to be a little more reasonable for collectors, but yeah, I'm totally down to do full color. So usually my minimum is around 4, but it could be more depending on the character, what it is you're requesting. I mean, I would say 4 to 5 is average, somewhere in there, if not 5. I tend not to go, unless it's a bigger piece, I won't go more than that. But those are usually my sketch cover or my 9x12 size commission prices. Yeah, let's see. Blend these a little bit more. This is going to be a pretty simple outer space star field back there. I don't know how much of a radial this will be. It'll probably be not so much a radial as a traditional gradient, but whatever. Again, not the most exciting part, but once I start to layer in the tones on these guys, it'll start to pop more. I guess I go ahead and just go down the back of the helmet here. So now I'll start to do a 30. I'll do a 30 to a 20 on the rest of it. And when I'm throwing out those numbers, I mean gray percentages. When I say 30, 20. See if I can find my 30%, which I think that's a 20. There it is, 30%. 30% gray. Again, I'm using these concept markers, and I'll use also use Prismacolors to flat, and then I'll go back with the Copics and do the actual rendering. Usually, I mean, almost always, but I'll use Copics and Prismacolors for rendering, but I'll use the Copics to give a little more layering effect, a little more translucent color, allows the layering to work a little better. Darth Vader's always fun to draw. I love drawing Darth Vader. He's just so dynamic and conceptually just such a cool looking character. Um, all those graphic blacks are really fun to do too. So it works really well for my comic book style that I do, and a lot of my original training as an illustrator was for comic books and drawing comic books because I'm a big comic book nerd. So a lot of my style and technique, you'll see, kind of comes from that arena. I mean, you don't really see it quite as much maybe in my fully painted stuff. That's more of a traditional aesthetic than, I'm still blending styles and trying new things, and I like working in different styles too. So you'll see some of my comic book sensibilities come through, especially the realism, which isn't really comic book, but it's just the realism that I put in my comic art carries over to my traditional or digital painting, I would say. I emulate traditional techniques in those, but yeah, I mean, I'm always adapting and playing with different styles and trying new things, so um, I think now with my digital work and my traditional work, even if it's comic book style, I'm kind of um, bridging that gap aesthetically a little more with techniques, where I'm emulating techniques that I'm doing traditionally digitally and vice versa. So you can kind of see it like in my Captain Phasma piece I did recently, where that's a little more true. Or the Kylo Ren piece I did, the sketch cover for that, the double page one, the double cover one. So yeah, I don't know. It's fun to experiment and try new styles and techniques, and in doing that, I'm kind of figuring things out on my own too. I love working digitally, and I love working traditionally, so it's fun to flex different muscles and try different things. I'll actually do some at some point. I'll do some color pieces for my live stream, but I'll also do some Photoshop color stuff too as well. So I'll do some Photoshop streams eventually, and you'll get to see me work in color in the computer. Yeah, so I'm coming down to the 20%. You can kind of see a little bit of gradation. I might go back and blend this a little more, but yeah, it's really just going to be outer space, so it's not a big deal. I mean, I'm going to throw a bunch of stars in there. This one's going to be a pretty simple background because my BB-8 one is a little more involved background-wise, and then my Slave Leia one, which I have to finish, is definitely involved. So I thought, I'll do a really dramatic Vader, but I'll keep the background simple. Kind of with the Mud Trooper, like, he's so detailed, and I wanted to keep the background simple for that one as well. Now, for some of these commissions I do for fans, so there's the Kylo Ren one right there. For some of my collectors and commissions and fans, if they want like a specific background in the piece, then yeah, I'll do it. And sometimes backgrounds might cost a little bit more, but it might take a 200 or 300 piece up to a 400 or 500, depending on how detailed the background might be, but or how complex. So but yeah, if you ever order a commission from me, don't be afraid to request a background, and if you want to spruce it up and have some more details in it or some more storytelling or information. Most of the time, I keep them like this, pretty simple. The character with a little bit of a background in there suggested. So, oh yeah. So there's the lightsaber. I'm gonna blend that. Right now, it's just kind of flatted in. Um, so yeah, Vader's holding this lightsaber. You can't really see the hilt. You can't see his hand. His hand's probably, I want to say it's like right here, and the hilt, top of the hilt's in here somewhere. But it's like just, you'd probably see the edge of it just peeking out from under his arm right there, maybe, or maybe his fingers or something, one of his fingers. I didn't really draw it in there, but yeah. So he's holding his lightsaber, and it's kind of foreshortened. His hand's probably in the background a little bit. So I'll blend this when I get to the color pencil part on that one. So yeah, so I'd say this one's pretty, probably should blend this a little bit more here. I forget, Les, you're always at the East Coast convention, so you're up pretty late too then. East Coast, yeah, you're out of, where you out of, New York or Connecticut? I can't remember. So it's probably pretty late for you, isn't it? So thanks for hanging out and staying up late. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. Yeah. I knew you were on the East Coast. I just couldn't remember where you're from exactly. I know you told me like a few weeks or last week probably on the chat. Was it Connecticut or New York? Let's see here. So I'm going to work on. Oh, okay. You're in New Jersey, New York, right at the border. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's see. I should probably do the sky on this one. And then I think I'll be ready to start adding the darks in these guys. So, and there's Ahsoka one, which is another. It's gray. It's not full color, but it's a little bit more like my traditional or digital techniques done traditionally, vice versa. So yeah, let's work on BB-8 real quick. I'll get that sky in there. Nyack, yeah. That's kind of how they say it in probably New England. Nyack. So I got 20%. I'm gonna have a gradation coming out from the sun. So I guess I'll do light to dark this way. Let's try that. Let's do a 10% real quick. What tone is this? This is pretty light, I think. Maybe I'll start with this one. Oh, is this my blender? Oh, there's my blender. Okay. Yeah, let's try this one. Got markers everywhere on my desk because I have a very small desk in front of my computer. So yeah, I'm drawing in front of my computer here. So not a whole ton of room, but just enough to have a sketch cover and some markers on it. It gets a little crowded pretty quickly, so sorry for the mess. I do have another desk here, and then I have my have a pedestal here where I can put some stuff on. This sort of, it's really light, but I'm just gonna put in this circular gradation. I'll move up to a 10 or 20% now. I think this is a 5% technically, which you don't really see too often in marker sets. 20%. Where's my 10? Where's my Shodies at? There's my Shodie. 10%. Let's do it. All right. Oh man, this 10 is really dying. I might have to just bump up to the 20 that's ready. I forgot this 10 is dying, so let's just go from, let's just use straight to 20. Let's see. Got to replace that 10%. I have some other 10% I can dig out. I'm just getting kind of lazy right now. I don't know if I want to go too much darker than that. Let's see. Yeah, this 20 is pretty dark, so let's just keep it. Let's not go past 20 on this. Probably come back and lighten that up on the outside. See if I can blend that in there, get it more blended looking. Back and let's see if I can dig out. I bet I have like a 10% Copic one. I bet. It's a matter of finding it. Let's see. Bag of markers here. There's a 10%. Let's try this one. Still pretty light. I might have to use a 20%. Bump this up just a little bit. Once I bust out the color pencils, it will start to blend this a lot better. So. Cool. Thanks for hanging out so far, everyone. I still got 5 viewers. At one point, I had 9 watchers. That's pretty awesome for me. I think that's the most I've ever had. I might have had like 8, I think, last week, but hey, that's cool. That means 9 people thought this was interesting. 9 people at the same time thought I was interesting enough to watch. That's pretty cool. So yeah, maybe if I do this earlier in the day and I get a scheduled time, it'll bump up my stream, my numbers. Again, I'm just starting out. This is like my fourth stream, so. And this is not the most exciting part, the flatting, but I'm gonna be rendering here in just a little bit, so I'll get this. Let's see, maybe I need to bust out the 20% Copic. There's a 30%. That might work actually. Let's try that. Let's see how good this one does. Oh yeah, it's probably a little better than 20 anyway. So yeah, just kind of. Oh, shaking the camera again. Sorry about that. All right. I was like, do I want to? Maybe I should just. I feel like maybe I should just. Not crazy about how that cool gray looks yellow, so I'm like, it's a little yellowish, so I'm like, maybe I should just blend it. I mean, granted, it is supposed to be a sun, so I'll leave some of it in there. And I'm shaking the camera because I'm scrubbing these markers. Looking at it on the screen, how it looks. Yeah, and I'll leave some of that yellow coming through. I'm not trying to give this a full color look necessarily, but some of that cool gray looks a little yellowish with mixed with the other markers. I was like, yeah, it's supposed to be a sun anyway. I'm going to end up by painting that white or doing white color pencil in there. I'm going to blend this part real quick. Where's that 10%? Oh, thanks. My work is excellent, so people should find it interesting. Thank you. Yeah, eventually, I think if enough people catch wind of me doing the streaming thing, I gotta keep promoting it, getting the word out. I'll keep uploading these to YouTube also, so people can watch me color these. This one's more cartoony, than some of the other ones. It's a little more comical too. It's more comic booky, but it's still it was really fun to draw. It's maybe not. I mean, BB-8 looks kind of realistic, but he's also he's pretty comic booky. I thought, yeah, I'll just kind of keep it loose and do go more comic booky with this piece. In style wise, the other one's a little bit more realistic, but it's kind of fun to bounce around between different styles. Alright, I think for now, this one's looking pretty good. Blend that sky just a little bit better. Should use my blender. I don't know if that's really helping or not necessarily. If I made it worse, oh well. Whatever. I'll probably go back into it a little more later anyway and work on that sky. Let me look at that. Where's that 20% gray I had? That's 30. That's 50. Is this the 20? Oh. There it is. Alright, let's see. Now I can take that 10%, whatever's left of it, and see if I can blend that out a little bit more. That's a little better. I'm going to end up putting glow around BB-8 anyway, so it'll blend some of that sky out. Alright, so let's see. So I got this one pretty much flatted. BB-8 discovering the Infinity Gauntlet, so it's kind of a fun piece. Go back and I'm going to layer this one. Let's go back to Vader now. Let's see. Alright. So if you're just coming by, a few viewers in there for a little bit. Working on these sketch cover commissions, I'm going to start to layer this Vader a bit. I did 20% on him, so let's bust out. Let's see how the, maybe go with a 30% Copic here and see if I can start pushing some of these darker values in his helmet. This is the fun part now, so this is where the fun begins. So I'm just going to start to push the dark values in him a little more. What's really fun is when I get to the end and I start doing the color pencil part and start doing the highlights and like dropping in the highlights. That's my favorite part. This part's fun because I get to be loose now. Kind of throw some tone around. Just kind of darkening up his helmet for right now. That's a highlight, which I kind of outlined. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that open for white. Back of the helmet has a little bit of a highlight on it as well, so I'll leave that open. I'm not going to push the shading in there just yet. So mirror casting to your TV, awesome. So yeah, it's kind of hard to see the details, I guess maybe on a smaller, like an iPhone or a tablet, but yeah. So there's a lot of streaking in here, which I'll blend out a little bit better as we go, but right now, just starting to put in some of the mid values. So I started with light values, and then as I start to go along, I start with high contrast first, so of course I'm going to drop all my blacks and figure out my light patterning. So I'll fill in my blackest blacks first, and then, so I keep my whites and my blacks figured out. And then from there, I work my way up from my lightest values to my darkest values, because it's always easier. You can always make something darker. You can't really make something lighter, at least not in traditional rendering, unless you're using paint and you're like acrylic paint or something. You're going on top of it. But in this case, I'm using markers, so that's why I work this way. I go figure out my light patterning, and then I work from light to dark. Once I figure out where my black shapes are, I was like, okay, block those in. I know those are my darkest values. Those are going to be black. That also tells me where the light source is coming from as I'm rendering. So it's kind of like the blacks are a map or a guide. So I know where, when I'm rendering. Um, and then, but if I go light to dark and I build up my dark values, then it's easier to correct any mistakes that way. It's a painting technique too. I mean, it's traditional art technique. Now, if this were digital, I wouldn't care. Like, I can go back and paint on that and lighten it. Use some sliders and stuff on the contrast if I need to lighten something. But not quite as easy doing it traditionally. So. Push some of these darker values in the gloves, and it's a tedious process, the layering, because you're building light to dark, so it doesn't look like a lot at first, but then when you get towards the end, you start to see those colors blend through. Like, oh, that's why he did it that way. So. Right now, just kind of filling in this glove. Probably going to push some darker values in there, but some cool leather texture. That's really fun to draw on Vader. Um, it's fun inking these textures. I know it's like why that's weird, but it's like, no, like when you do this, when you're an artist and you're drawing, certain textures are fun to do. Um, in this case, this kind of quilted leather. It's kind of fun to emulate that traditionally. Um, Also, if I'm drawing something organic, like trees or something, it's kind of fun because it's a little more freeing. I can be a little more loose and I can turn off my brain and just kind of flow with the textures and stuff. So it's not caught up in trying to like render an exact likeness. Like some of these faces you see pop up in the slideshow. So if it's if I can just kind of turn my brain off a little bit and go, oh, I'm just going to draw these textures and be a little looser and stuff. It's kind of a nice. I love drawing faces and detail too, of course. But yeah, so that's kind of fun too. Yeah, so there's a 30%. Probably push this. Gotta go up to 4. Oh, I gotta do the cape too. I know I gotta push this up to 40 and 50% too as well. Let's go ahead and let's push the values on the cape. Anybody watching anything cool on streaming? I know I'm watching Clone Wars right now, but I finished Picard, which was really cool. Um, I think they got a lot of stuff right, but then it also a lot of it didn't feel like Star Trek. So I mean, visually it was amazing to watch. I love some the reunions. You know, seeing some of these characters come back. I love John uh, Patrick Stewart's performance as Jean Luc Picard. That was great. Not all of it rang true to me as a Star Trek fan. I think it definitely pushed boundaries and kind of felt a little off brand at times. Discovery does that too, but I think Picard did it even more so. I still liked it. I still enjoyed Picard. It just there were things that, as a Star Trek fan, kind of kind of bummed me out a little bit. Kind of, I felt like they missed the mark on. But I watched Devs on Hulu. That was awesome. Um, any Ron Swanson fans out there? He's great on the show. Nick Offerman. Um, he's not Ron Swanson all the time, obviously, but I love him from Parks and Rec. But um, there's a new show on Hulu called Devs, and it's eight. I think it's 8 episodes from Alex Garland, who um, he was the writer director on. He was the writer director on Ex Machina and Annihilation. Um, he also is uncredited for the Dread reboot, which he wrote and I believe co-directed. Um, Great filmmaker. I love Alex Garland stuff. Um, yeah, and he so Devs is amazing. Watch Devs on Hulu. It's so good, so good. I can't recommend it enough. If you're into if you liked Ex Machina from Alex Garland, that was the movie that had Poe Dameron and Hux in it, Oscar Isaac and Domhnall Gleeson. If you liked Ex Machina that came out in 2015, which I highly recommend, you should definitely check out Devs on Hulu. I loved it. It's only eight episodes, yeah. So yeah, Zombieland 2, nice, nice, yeah. So Les and Monique, yeah. I loved Zombieland 2. I finally caught that one. I think maybe a couple months ago. I think I streamed it. Yeah, I really liked it a lot. That was a fun movie. Um, and I love the first Zombieland. So it was cool like 10 years later almost to see these characters come back. Or maybe it wasn't quite 10 years. It might have been like 6 or 8 years. I can't remember, but um, yeah, 10 sounds too long. I don't know. I mean, when did first Zombieland come out? Um, yeah, Zombieland 2 was a lot of fun. So I streamed that. That was good. Um, yeah, Extraction. I need to watch that. I was gonna watch that last night. I was working on some stuff. Ended up watching the rhythm section. I need to finish it though. And that, from what I saw, it looked so far. I watched some of it without the sound on because I was working on some stuff. But I need to go back and kind of rewatch that. I liked what I've seen so far. I'm still trying to figure out if I like the movie completely or not. But I haven't finished it yet either. So um, rhythm section is that spy movie with Blake Lively in it, and I think it came out in theaters for like a hot minute late last year. But Jude Law's in it. So yeah, there's some really good actors in it. Um, but Extraction, I definitely want to watch. I hear really good things about that, and I want to see Thor kick some butt in that. So, all right, let's see. I could probably push the darks in the back of this just a little bit more. I'll come back and I guess I could keep working on Vader a little bit. Let's see what I can do with a 40 or 50% on him. Oh, these are my warm markers. Do I want to use warm or do I want to use cool? That's a warm marker. Let me find a 40%. There we go. Here's a 40% Copic. Push some of these darks just a little bit. Should probably push that 30 more in there too. Yeah, I need to find some more stuff to stream. So yeah, if you guys have any good recommendations out there, I watch a lot while I'm working. My buddy Ryan, he does the same too. He watches a lot of shows, and I think he watches more than I do. I can't keep up. He's got so many in the can. I hear Westworld's really good. I need to get caught up on Westworld because I only watched the first season. Um, I don't even think I finished it, but I need to finish season 1, and then which I really liked what I saw. So I need to get back to Westworld because I hear season 3 is off the hook. It's so they've done some crazy stuff, and so yeah, Westworld. Watchmen was great. I watched the Watchmen series. So Watchmen was one of the best miniseries I've seen in a long time, and I love the movie. Well, I love the comic. Obviously, I grew up on the comic and read it over and over. The Zack Snyder film I liked a lot. I think some things it misses the mark on. Overall, I really liked it, but I feel like the HBO miniseries really kind of nails what a Watchmen sequel should have been and what it looked like. It was so good. Right now, I'm just going to push some of these dark values in Vader here. Pushing the darkness a little bit more in his arm there, and work on his breastplate. So you can see the values are getting a little more interesting in the glove and the arm there. Probably push the darks a little bit further in some spaces on that, but we'll come back to the glove in a little bit. We'll keep pushing the values in the helmet next here. It's coming along. All right, let's push a little bit of some darker values up here. Let's see. Oh yeah, so if you're just tuning in, I'm working on some sketch covers, just kind of knocking these out, going back to the rendering on these. A little bit of Darth Vader action here. I'll start to push the 50% in there on him. Oops. Dropping my cap. So once I start to push a little more darker value in him, he's almost there, I can go back and add the lights and the color pencil technique. Alright, let's see. 50%. There's a 40. What's that? Oh, wait, I want to use my Copic 50. Not the. There we go. Use my Copic 50%. Once I start to push some of the really darker values in there, it really starts to pop more. And then I balance it with the highlights and then the pencil technique rendering. Yeah, you can see that arm, that leather, pleated, quilted leather is starting to pop a little more now. go. You can see the arm is starting to, whoops, there we go. Arm is starting to come together a little bit more. The glove. Yeah, so no one ever said being an artist is glamorous, but you know, this is part of what I do, just one part. It's a lot of sitting around and painting and drawing, which I enjoy, and it's fun to do. Um, a lot of long hours in front of the computer, but I'm like, hey, if I'm going to spend hours in front of the computer, I might as well just broadcast it for the internet, right? Trying to get this camera to focus. I don't know if my eyes are blurry. There we go. It looks like it's out of focus. Yeah. Oh well, it'll snap back to it at some point. I think my eyes might just be getting a little blurry because I'm a little tired. Ah, it looks like the camera's blurry. Hold on. Yeah, whatever. Alright, I'm almost done with this, rendering this Vader. Yeah, it did get blurry, that's what I thought. It looks like it did. Oh well. I think this, when I did this, it really threw it off because then it has to. Yeah, see, it did it again. It's. Oh, come on. Usually, if I do this. Oh. It'll sort itself out. Or maybe I'll draw on this, it'll help. There we go. A little better. There we go. Bring it closer to the camera. Let's see. I gotta finish the glove a little bit. Oh, Monique, okay. Yeah, cool. Thanks, Monique. Thanks for coming by. Have a good night. Glad you enjoyed watching. I mean, I'll probably go for, I don't know, I might take a break and come back. So, I'm going to try to finish rendering this Vader more. But yeah, I appreciate you checking out the live stream. Thank you. Yeah, get some sleep. And I'll catch you later. And I'll start your Barnabas sketch. I imagine sometime next week I'll be able to knock that out or start work on it at least. So have a good night, and I'm still gonna stick around here for, what time is it? 3:30. I mean, I'll definitely stick around till 4. We'll see how far I get on rendering these other covers. So. Thanks. Have a great night too. See, I start to push the values in Vader's helmet, and I think it's really starting to pop a little bit more. Dark Lord of the Sith coming at you. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Let's see. To blend this more. All right. Looks like Vader's getting close here, so I see some spaces I have to fill in with ink, but that's okay. I'll come back to those. He's coming along, I think. Just kind of pop in some darker values and push the depth in those folds a little bit. You can see how I'm adding the 50% to these folds, and it's kind of helping to make them feel a little more dimensional. Yeah, so it's going to pushing the values just a bit. The back of this cape is pretty dark, so I can be a little more aggressive with the shading back there. Maybe not aggressive, but generous might be the right term. Yeah. What I love about these Copics is the feather tips on these sketch markers. They're kind of fun to get a little expressive with the strokes and stuff. So get nice little feathering. You can do like some nice feathering in there on that. So it's kind of fun. Nice little, cool little effect. Yeah, so right now, looks like I got Vader pretty close to knocking him out. I mean, in terms of the grays, I got to go back with the final technique, blend the lightsaber, add the stars and that. But yeah, so I'm gonna move on to, let's do the Mud Trooper next. So we got Vader, some nice rendered tones in him. Let's work on the Mud Trooper. closer to the camera too. Markers everywhere. Take a quick little break to look at Facebook for a minute. Check my messages and my email. Well, I'm going to come back to this guy in a minute. See what's new on Facebook or if I missed anything. Let's see. Let's check my email real quick. I know there's some people waiting on me to get back to them, so if you're waiting on a reply, hang in there. Gotta catch up on emails tomorrow. All right. Let's see here. All right, we'll come back to this Mud Trooper now. Watch me snack while I work, so sorry for eating on camera. All right, let's look at this Mud Trooper. I got him flatted. Looks like let's go for some, looks like we're gonna be 20 or 30% gray. Flatten him with the 20 on the concept markers. Let's use the Copics and see what we can do with 30%. See how dark that is. Oh, yeah, it's about right. Okay. Again, it's just a lot of slow layering and building up the tones, but you know, it's best to work light to dark, and then I can push darker values on top of lighter tones. You can't really work dark to light. It doesn't. Markers don't really work that way. So, or paint technically for that matter. I mean, unless you're using like acrylic, you can paint over something. But yeah. So just working a nice gradual light to dark process on these sketch covers. Darkening up the helmet a bit. Yeah, I appreciate everyone stopping by to watch. Thank you. It means a lot, knowing that there's a few people out there that are curious to see. I know I'm broadcasting pretty late, so that's not gonna help necessarily. But once I get on earlier in the day, I'll get more viewers, and I'm just starting out my Twitch channel, so yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a slow, gradual process. So, but nonetheless, I appreciate the support. Um, every little bit helps, especially right now during the pandemic, when all the Comic Cons are canceled, and that's definitely a big way on how I pay my bills. And so now I'm having to take on some more commissions, and I do have some freelance, luckily, so that helps. But yeah, I've been taking on commissions. So if you want to commission me for watching, feel free. Reach out anytime. You can private message me, email me, etc., and I'll send you payment options. Excuse me. Let's see. So yeah, my rates are they're posted on my website in my stuff to buy section of my website, and then um, if you email me and send me your request or private message me, I can give you more specific rates once I know exactly what it is that you're requesting, and if it's something I want to draw, or if it's something I can draw or I'm interested in. So um, nothing's really off limits. I mean, if it's long, it's in my wheelhouse: Marvel, Star Wars, DC Comics, any comic characters, really, any movie related thing. I mean, I'm a geek and a pop culture nerd for all that stuff. Anything horror, sci-fi, fantasy, adventure, of course. So anything comic book or movie related or Star Wars related, of course. So I'm down for just about anything usually. So if you're interested, hit me up because my list is wide open currently as I'm getting caught up on some pieces. So yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube later, no problem. It'll offer still stands because I usually post these videos on YouTube usually a day or two after Twitch. So yeah, I might get this video up tomorrow, and then hopefully my audience on YouTube can catch it. Yeah, this Mud Trooper, man, oh man, there's a lot going on this guy. So there's a lot of. Oh, my stream just barfed. There we go. Sorry, my stream just barfed for a minute. Looked like it was buffering. Yeah, there's a lot happening on this Mud Trooper. So it's like, wow, this guy. We'll see how far I get with him tonight. I kind of like streaming at night because then yeah, it's a little quieter. I can focus a little easier and stuff. But I'll have to come on during the day too soon. Wow, there's like, what the heck is happening? It's a lot of detail. Lots of nooks and crannies on this guy, I'll tell you that. It's like, okay, there's all this depth in the costume. It's a super intricate, there's a lot of textures and a lot of detail. A lot of overlapping textures in this guy. So yeah, it's like, okay, I gotta think about all these little pieces and all these different little textures and shadows. And as I'm looking at my photo reference that I drew this from, I have it up on my screen in front of me. So this was actually a cosplayer. The customer who commissioned this is his costume that he wears in the 501st Legion. So he's a mud trooper, and yeah, his name's Charlie. He's out of Indiana. He's a nice guy. So it's like, okay, like he's got a really cool looking costume, but it's also pretty detail oriented as well. So definitely I'll make sure he gets his money's worth for this one. So I like a good challenge, though. It's kind of what makes it fun to do this as an artist. I don't do it just for money or for the glory. It's never just about those things. Those things are always good. The money and the glory is always fun. Money is very important, obviously, so I can pay bills and eat and stuff. But if I don't challenge myself, if you don't take risks as an artist, you'll never grow. You'll never find your voice. And that's really important. There's a difference between, I want to say, it's someone who does this for a job, and then who does it just solely for the job or just for the money, as opposed to someone who's actually an artist. You can be an artist and do this as a job. Of course you can, but I think what differentiates an artist from someone who just does this for the money is an artist will take a risk, and an artist can, he's putting his own voice into it. He's taking a chance and putting emotion and his heart into it. I don't think every illustrator necessarily is an artist, just like not every musician is an artist. I mean, if you can play the notes and ape the style, then sure. I mean, you can be an accomplished musician. You can play in a great Van Halen cover band, or AC/DC, but and you can be great at that, and that's awesome. If that's all you want to do, more power to you. If that's the limit of the risk you want to take. But an artist is someone who's, even if they fail, they're not afraid to take that chance and put their voice into the work, and not just ape or copy a style. If you're a comic artist and you really want to draw like Jim Lee, and that's all you draw as is Jim Lee, and there's a lot of that going on in the 90s, especially with Image Comics. They had their house style, and other publishers too. And I love Image. I love a lot of those artists. But it's more than just aping a style. You have to take your influences from a variety of places, and then also inject your own voice into your work. And then I think that is what separates an artist from just being a musician, or an artist from just being an illustrator who just wants to do it for the money. It's yeah. So it's a matter of, if you're doing it just for the money, you're probably not. You're only going to get so far. But if you put your heart into it, in your own voice, and you're not afraid to take a chance with your work and take risks, and utilize a variety of inspirations, and practice, and then create your own style or your own your own sensibilities, your own voice in your work, that's going to be more long-term rewarding than it is just doing a job for money. So I tend not to take on work or projects just for the money. I mean, if it's something I'm excited about, and if I feel like it's something I can do, that I'll learn something from it, or I can put my own voice into it, or I can push, um, you know, my boundaries a bit and maybe learn something new, then yeah, I'll definitely take it on. But if it's a job that's like, hey, we want you to draw Garfield the cat, um, stealing lasagna or something, I was like, that's not gonna challenge me. That's not gonna interest me. I can't put my own voice into that. I'm not. Even if they offered me a lot of money to do it, I'd be like, I don't really want to do this. I'm not going to do this. So, I mean, if it was like thousands of dollars, I might do it. But yeah, so I tend not to take on commissions or even projects, freelance work, unless it's something I'm excited about. Oh yeah. So my buddy Les here says that reminds me of Art Germ's stream yesterday. Someone asked, "Can I use your art as reference?" And he said, "Sure, of course you can, but you have to ask yourself, what's your goal? Do you want to draw in my style?" He said something like, "Copying me doesn't make you a good artist." Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. So, like, like you can use art as another artist's inspiration. I think using it as reference to do. I mean, if you're just starting out, like when I was young, you know, I would copy panels from the Marvel comics for Star Wars or Spider-Man, and that's how I learned to draw. Really, was I was really young, but talking like 8, or had even younger, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's kind of how I started, and my goal was just because I found the art fascinating, and I wanted to, I just wanted to draw those characters, and I wanted to, obviously I was so young, I just wanted to draw Spider-Man, or I wanted to draw Darth Vader, and the only way I knew how was by looking at pictures of those characters, and that's put me on my path. Now that's a great way to learn as a young artist, or whether you're a teenager or whatever, by you know copying other people's work. I don't mean like stealing it and selling it necessarily, but or claiming it as your own either technically. But if you get inspiration from like Stanley Art Germ, who's an amazing artist, really cool guy, and amazing artist. If you get inspiration from an artist like that, that's great. But that shouldn't be your end goal. Like if you want to learn his techniques, sure, try to copy what he's doing or emulate it in some way. But that shouldn't be your end goal. I mean, your end goal should be, okay, what can I take from studying his work, from copying his style, from learning his techniques? What can I get from that and then apply to my own work, my own original drawings that I'll be doing, where I can take that inspiration I learned from Art Germ's work, or say Joe Caroni's work or whatever, and then apply it to my own work. And not, that's how you create your own voice. You not just copying someone's work, it's more than that. I mean, that's a great way to start. It's if you're a beginning artist, but I wouldn't recommend selling art like that, or claiming it as your own necessarily. But for your own studies, sure. I mean, every artist does that starting out um, but it's a matter of taking all that inspiration, not just from one artist, from but even from other artists, or real life. Drawing. I can't stress enough drawing from life, because that's if you just draw from a comic book artist all the time, you're never gonna know how this stuff works from the inside out. You have to know how to draw from life. I mean, you have to look at real people and draw them, whether they're in front of you or whether they're in magazines or whatever. Drawing real life objects and people will help inform your comic book style or your cartoon style or your illustration style. So it's not just a matter of copying like Artgerm or copying me, or and there's more to it than that. If you want to be a successful artist long term, if you want to be more than just a typical illustrator, but you want to be a real artist, then push yourself to take risks. Don't just copy someone's style. Put your own voice. Get other inspirations. Study other artists. Draw from life. Draw all the time. Develop and hone your inspirations into your style. That's the best advice I can give to any artist starting out. So that's cool. Yeah, that's interesting that Stanley got asked that the other day. It kind of applies to what my late night ramblings are about. I used to teach art classes in Columbus, Ohio for about 10 years. I taught the comic book illustration courses, and I taught other like digital illustration, Photoshop and Painter and vector art as well. So yeah, if I can take some of my teaching and impart it to my viewers here who are watching this either on Twitch or on YouTube later, yeah, that makes me happy if I can help anyone with advice. If anyone has any art questions, feel free to put them in the chat or the comments on my YouTube, or you can leave comments on my social media, and I'll try to get back to you with advice if you ever need it. So right now I'm doing this Mud Trooper. Man, oh man. It's like, okay, this piece is that piece. There's so much. I'm layering, you can see here. I'm still on my first pass, but man, there's a lot going on in this guy. It's fun though, because it's challenging. It's taking risks. It's like, hey, I don't want to just draw a simple character. I want to draw a really complicated character. It's like, yeah, it's alright though. As long as I have good reference, I can draw just about anything. I mean, I can draw stuff out of my head too, but if it's something like a Mud Trooper with all this detailed costume parts, I was like, yeah, I need to look at some reference, because man, oh man, I should fill that in black. Oh well. It's like, I need to, there's no way I'm going to draw this out of my head. It always looks cooler when I draw from a reference, because I can add my comic book style over my real life sensibilities, and it tends to be a little, it looks more dynamic that way, I think. So if I just drew, it would still look cool, I guess, if I drew it from my imagination. I'd probably still look at some reference though, just because this guy is his costume is pretty complex. So yeah, if you're hanging out with me tonight, thank you. If you've been here from the beginning, that's awesome, because I've been streaming for about, I don't know, a little over 3 hours maybe at this point. Getting work done though on these guys. Eventually I'll be able to put these 3 sketch covers to bed, and I have a 4th one I need to finish, but eventually I'll get there. Now let's see, I kind of push the values through here. I can probably, I still got to work on this gun. Man, there's a lot going on in this gun. I still have to do the lower half on this guy. Good question, Les. Are any of these going off to CGC? I'm not sure about that. I've had sketch covers graded before. Um, that's up to the collectors on these. I don't think. I mean, it's entirely possible they could. You know, you never. I never know. Beyond only a few times at conventions, um, have I had um, customers have them graded in person with me there, and then I take a photo with the cover, and it's all authenticized and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, when they when these get done, it's possible they could be graded, but none of the customers on these specifically mentioned that to me. So it's entirely possible they won't be CGC graded. So much shading on this mud trooper. He's getting there in terms of my second pass with the 30% gray. I'll have to go back in with a 40 and 50 and push some of those shadow areas a little darker that need to be pushed. So yeah, if you're just now joining in, working on these sketch covers, rendering this mud trooper right now on a Han Solo sketch cover. So pretty fun character to draw. Definitely a bitch to render, that's for sure. It's like, oh my, well, he's a bitch to draw too, but it's like, in a good way. It was challenging. It's like, oh man, there's just so much detail. Um, that's one of my favorite things about Star Wars, though. It's just all the detailed costumes and the detailed universe. You know, all the thought that goes into the design on Star Wars. It's just, yeah, I never get tired of that. That's always awesome. So the Mud Trooper's a really cool costume to get to draw. See the values starting to give the piece a little more depth now. I think once I get up to the 50%, that's usually when it starts to pop. So like right now, that's the 30 to 40%. It's like, yeah, you can start to see it, and then once I get up to 50 and push the contrast more, I push those dark areas further. That's when you can start to see the depth in the piece more, I think. So I'm just gonna work on this lower half on him. Oh, I see. Okay. That's right. Finding little holes I needed to ink in. It's like, yeah, just push some darks in there for now. I'll come back to those. So when I'm inking these in and spotting my blacks, sometimes I come across areas that are like that little spot right there. I was like, oh, I forgot to shade that in. Oh well, come back to that. Push some dark marker in there for now and come back and hit that later. So it's not super incredibly accurate, but feel like I got the costume down pretty good, as close as a comic book version could probably get. Um, Granted, I mean I could be even more hyper detailed with some of the shapes and textures and stuff, but it's like, oh, this is pretty detailed as is. So I think I could probably go in with the 40 or 50% now. I'm getting to that point where feel like I feel like I can start to push those darker values in it now. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna move up to a 40 or 50% now. Let's see. Got my 40% C4. I guarantee this marker will not explode. It is not explosive. It just makes explosive art. Boom. No, just kidding. Yeah, C4. The C means cool gray. 40%. So moving up from 20 to 30 to 40% here on this. Yeah, let's pushing some of the dark values in here. I notice on my slideshow that I have, it's randomized, but then I see a lot of the same pieces end up getting repeated. So it's funny. So sorry to bore you with the slideshow if you keep seeing the same pieces, but there's like, I don't know, 500 pieces in there, and it's gonna show this one piece 10 times practically in a row. So yeah, it's funny, but yeah, I pretty much put a lot of stuff into the slideshow there. But yeah, if you get bored, you if you want to check out my website, all my links are up there. JoeCarney.com is my main site. It's like the hub for everything. Um, Feel free to check out my Facebook and Instagram and my Twitter. Um, just started a YouTube channel where I'm sharing my Twitch, uploading my Twitch streams to YouTube, and then just started my new TeePublic store, which is Space Replicant 77. So check out those designs. You'll see some cool Star Wars stuff, some brand new stuff up there, and some other stuff. I mean, there's other artwork up there as well. So um, if you want to get a cool Star Wars T-shirt or a cool mug or something with my artwork on it, there's like I think 43 different designs up there right now, so be sure to check that out when you get a chance. And I just opened the store a couple days ago, so I'm not sure if I have any sales yet. I don't think I do, but feel free to, if something catches your eye and you think that would look cool on a mug or a t-shirt or maybe an iPhone case or something. They offer a lot of different products. Also opening a store on Redbubble, and it has some of my art there. That one's brand new. I'm still uploading a lot to that, but you can check that out. You can get some cool art. They offer a lot more products than TeePublic, but you'll probably see most of my artwork for Star Wars on TeePublic, and then Redbubble will have some other stuff. So yeah, that's just I don't have the links up yet on my site or anything, but just look me up as Space Replicant on Redbubble, and then Space Replicant 77 on TeePublic, and you'll see my storefronts on both sites, and then you can order any product from there. It's starting to come out. Starting to push the values on this guy now, so he's starting to come along. This gives a lot. This really detailed blaster being foreshortened. There's a lot of shapes and depth and layers to this piece, so it's like oh man, this guy's gonna be fun. probably end up having to break this up into 2 parts, and I don't know if I'll get to render in BB-8 tonight or not, but I'll save him for tomorrow. Do him on tomorrow's stream probably, and then once I get BB rendered, I can go back and do my final color pencil technique on these things, which is probably take a whole other episode to finalize these, but it's like, hey, I'm working on working on technically four sketch covers at once, so I'm just like, all right, like what's the best way to knock all these out and just kind of do them like an assembly line, you know. So eventually, if you watch all probably 5 or 6 episodes, you'll see all 4 of these sketch covers get complete. It's like an epic miniseries. The next commissions I do, I don't know. I mean, still have a handful. I got to do Captain Rex. I got to do a Dark Shadow sketch. I still have to do a Kylo Ren sketch cover from Force Awakens on my list. I think I have an Ahsoka piece, maybe. I know I have a Luke and Leia piece I need to work on. I mean, what is that, 6? I still have 6 other pieces to get through for commissions currently. So, and which I'll get to those. You know, obviously, I'll be starting those soon. So in the next week or so, I'll be starting those, and then those 6, it'll, you know, those will be another 6 live streams probably just to get those 6 pieces done. Well, maybe do them like an assembly line. I probably will just to speed them up. I know assembly line doesn't sound very like cool, but it's like, man, it's almost, because when I'm working on so many similar projects with similar techniques, it's faster to kind of do things in waves and bust them out that way. So yeah, it's kind of like when I do like a bunch of comic pages or a bunch of sketch cards. It's like, okay, do all the pencils first, you know, do all the layouts, then do all the inking, right, and then do all the rendering, and then so you build them up together. Otherwise, you get caught up kind of just in one piece, rendering it forever and ever. But if you do the same technique across the board on multiple pieces, you can build them all up together, and then they all look consistent, and the technique is consistent, and it's more efficient time-wise. So yeah, I say assembly line. You know, it's not sexy. It's not. Doesn't sound like flattering. You're like, oh, I'm treating my art like an assembly line. It's like, oh, I'm still putting my heart and my technique and my originality into these. It's just I'm working on multiple pieces at once, so it's easier to block them all out and layer them all up together and render them all together. It goes faster as opposed to just rendering one piece and getting kind of caught up in it for hours and hours, which I still do anyway on these. You know, it's not like I'm definitely not cutting anyone short, especially like on this Mud Trooper, the Vader, the BB-8. I mean, I'm putting my heart into those, and those people are getting their money's worth for those for sure. So, but yeah, you know, I just like using blue collar terms to describe my art process. Assembly line. I'm from the Midwest, so that's how I grew up. Also, I think more practical too when it comes to this stuff. And as an artist, if you're going to be efficient, if you're going to be successful as an artist, being efficient is a huge key to that, because deadlines don't care, editors don't care. In the end, if it's not in by deadline, then you know you're failing most of the battle right there. The other half of the battle is making sure it looks good. So art and commerce have to meet. And if you're going to be a successful illustrator or comic book artist or graphic designer, so if you don't know how to balance art and commerce and say, well, it needs to look good. I don't want it to look crappy, but I also can't spend 50 hours on this thing, you know? So um, you want to make sure you have time for your other work so you can keep making money. You have to make sure you have time to, free time for other stuff too. So you got to be efficient, you know? At the end of the day, it's like, okay, you don't want to phone it in at all, but if you can find a way to be efficient, and for me, it's doing multiple pieces at once and building them up together. I do a lot of my concepts that way when I'm doing a variety of concepts for Star Wars or Lucasfilm or whatever. So I'll work on multiple pieces and kind of build them up together, and that way I can get more pieces out the door that way. If I focus just on one from start to end, it can still look awesome, and I do that for final pieces, but when it comes to my painted work, but not, I mean, but I also do an assembly line. If I have multiple finals I need to work on, like multiple digital paintings, I'll work on one for a while, jump to that one. You know, they kind of all inform each other. So, and then once it gets to a certain point, then I focus just on that one, obviously. So, not unlike these sketch covers, I'll build them all up at first, and then I'll kind of get to a point where I focus on just one, just to finish it. So, it's in the end, at the end of the day, it's all about just making the best art you can possibly make, but also being efficient and making sure you have time reserved for other artwork that needs to get done, or other important things like family or friends, or personal time, you know, that kind of stuff. So. More late night ramblings, midnight ramblings with Joe Coroni. I know sometimes I feel like I'm talking to myself. I probably am. So, as an artist, I do that a lot. Middle of the night, just talk to myself. No, usually I'm just watching movies. Yeah, this time of night I'm watching movies and working. So instead, I'm working and talking to the internet. So, not being quite as selfish with my time, though. Yeah, I'm enjoying the live streaming, and I'm enjoying hanging out with the viewers and stuff. So yeah, this Mud Trooper's coming along. He's getting there. There's still a lot of layering and rendering on this guy. Yeah, looks like he's getting there. Probably have to do one more pass with the 50% on this guy. There's just so much detail in him. I mean, and all this interesting light play and interesting contrast in this character. which it'll be fun to go back in and hit those highlights. I'm gonna darken up this belt down here. Whoops. Yeah, it's starting to come together and push some of these dark values in the shadow area here. It's about ready to go, I think, with the 50% on this guy. And then I'll probably call it a night at that point, and then I'll come back, and tomorrow I'll finish BB-8 and get him rendered. Then I can go in and start putting the highlights on these guys, which I can do all that at once. And then do my color pencil technique on all of them at once. And then it's a matter of going back and then tightening them up. But yeah, that's kind of my process. I know it's a little tedious, but it's kind of how the technique, it's how the magic is made here at joecaroni.com. So this is my tiny apartment where I live day in and day out during the quarantine virus. I feel like I'm trapped on Lost in the in the underground bunker, like Desmond. It's like, okay, every day. But I'm sure we all feel like that, right? I mean, I never, even as an artist, I never really got out much to begin with. So I mean, I did. I went to a lot of conventions. In between conventions, it's a lot of sitting at home and doing this or playing video games or just sitting at home for days on end working or watching movies, then going off to the next convention a week or two later, and then obviously working on freelance and commissions in between. But so I mean, and even years before I was doing a lot of conventions, back 10 years ago I was only doing a few a year. So for years I was still doing this, sitting at home hours and hours on end, working on comic book pages or working on covers, comic book covers for my editors, or I was, working on commissions or fan art or whatever. So, yeah, so this quarantine lifestyle is not a big deal to me from someone who's used to working from home. My whole career, pretty much. The other half of my career is traveling and Comic Cons. But ultimately, even though I feel like I'm going stir crazy. I'm not really. I mean, I'd rather sit at home, watch movies all day, work, and not have to worry about the real world. So that's one of the luxuries of being a self-employed artist. It's not always easy. It's not glamorous, as you can see, but yeah, it's my life and it's my fate. But I wouldn't be doing anything else probably. So, and plus, I don't mind. I mean, I love getting to draw Star Wars for a living. Like or Marvel or any sci-fi thing or horror thing. That's what floats my boat. So that's the stuff that gets me excited to be a part of and to add my voice to, and as a creator and illustrator to get to work on these kind of properties and put my stamp on them, like Avengers or Spider-Man or Batman or Phantom or X-Files or G.I. Joe. I mean, I worked on so many properties over the years. All right, so I think I should probably I should beef this up to the 50% real quick. Let's do that. And we'll work for just a little bit longer. I think it's coming along pretty good at this point. Pretty happy with this one, even though it's been kind of a bear to get through, to draw it and to ink it and to color it. This is the stage where it's like it starts. I can be loose with the grays, and I can be a little more loosen up a bit. To draw and ink this, to be really tight with it. Like that takes a while. But then the rendering, I can be loose with the markers. It's kind of fun to do that. So hope everyone's staying healthy and safe out there. The quarantine is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people, but hang in there and we'll all get through this together. Things will go back to normal sooner than later, as long as everyone's healthy and happy at home. That's what's important. Healthy is probably more important than happy, but I know not everyone's happy to have to suffer through this, but like I said, it won't last forever, and we'll get through it together. So another reason I'm doing these live streams, so you guys can see what I do, and I don't know, if it keeps you entertained, like it's keeping me entertained, then I probably wouldn't be doing. One of the problems traveling so much all the time is makes it hard to live stream. So when I'm at conventions and on the go and on the road all the time, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to do this. So, but since I'm home, I can be a little more focused. And now that I know how to live stream and I have the software and all that, like even when I start doing conventions again, I'll probably keep doing these live streams. So yeah. Cool. Thanks for hanging out. I've been working on this Mud Trooper, rendering him. Darth Vader here I've been working on as well. So I have to go back in and put the highlights and the final technique on him. And BB-8 with the Infinity Gauntlet. So this will be a really fun piece to finish. So I'll put the values in him tomorrow. Right now I've been developing these two. So I'm going to work on the Mud Trooper a little longer. So once I get the darks in him, then I'll probably call it a night, since I've been streaming for probably a little over 4 hours at this point. But I'll be uploading these to my YouTube channel, so if you missed any of this stream, you can always go back on YouTube, which my link is right there, Joe Caroni on YouTube. You can watch some of the previous streams there where I'll archive them. Well, there's still 2 of you hanging in there tonight. That's awesome. Thanks for hanging in there. No, it's super late for East Coast for sure. It's like 4:30 in the morning. I think I started around 12:45. But yeah, so tomorrow I'll try to come on earlier in the day and wrap these up. I'll come on earlier in the day. I'll get more people in here, I think, too, so which will be a good thing. This is my new Twitch channel. It's pretty brand new. I mean, I've only had it for like a week or so now, so maybe a little over a week, but yeah, this is like my 4th live stream. So thanks for tuning in and checking me out. I appreciate it. And if you're watching this on YouTube, thank you. Be sure to on YouTube subscribe, hit the subscribe button, and you'll get a heads up whenever I post more of these, and I'll be posting more of these this week. And if you're watching me on Twitch, be sure to hit the follow button. That way you get notifications when I go live. I don't have a set schedule yet. Still trying to figure that out, but you know, I'll schedule to make sure to be on a couple times during the week, and then I'll probably jump on sporadically around that. So it'll be a set schedule with some surprise streams. And you see I'm pushing the darks in him now. He's really starting to have a little more depth in his costume, especially in the sleeve and in the gun. So this is my favorite part of rendering, because not only can I be loose with it, now it starts to come alive. You know, it starts to pop. So yeah, this is for me, it's rewarding. You know, it's like, oh, okay, like my animated comic booky, somewhat realistic looking character starts to feel a little more rendered and alive, which is kind of fun. Starting to beef up his hands a little more. I've drawn this Imperial Blaster so many times in my life. You'd think I'd have it memorized by now. Um, and I kind of do a little bit, but it's when you're drawing it from different angles, it's kind of like Darth Vader's mask. Like I've drawn Darth Vader so many times, but um, which I love. He's one of my favorite characters to draw. But when you draw it's a complex shape, you know, with the cheekbones and the ridges and the dome. Um, all those complex shapes are what make Darth Vader look so dynamic and cool, like the Imperial Blaster here. Um, but when you draw it from different dramatic angles, it's like, okay, wait, what piece is this? Oh yeah, that's that piece. Okay, I know what that is. What's this? Okay, that's the scope. Okay, you know, this is the rangefinder, or you know, and then here's the windshield wiper blades for the ridges on the barrel. You know, so it's like, but you know, to draw that from a completely different angle, it can throw you off. So. Um, so yeah, even though I've drawn this blaster thousands, I don't know, hundreds of times, probably. I don't know about thousands, but definitely hundreds. It's always, you know, when you draw it from a different angle, it can be a little trickier to get the details. And I'm not being super 1,000% accurate. It's just more of a sketch, you know, of a tight line drawing. But I'm trying to be faithful, you know, to the details and the costume and the weaponry, because that's what makes Star Wars so great. Is it's all those awesome details, right? You know, that's why we love that universe, because it's so lived in and detail oriented, and everything's weathered, and it feels like the real world. You know, it has that grit to it, and that's what separated Star Wars from all the other sci-fi that had come before it. Because finally, here was a sci-fi. Here was a sci-fi. Well, it's fantasy, really, but you know, here's a film, sci-fi fantasy film that isn't like so futuristic looking, that isn't so clean and pristine. Um, and that's what blew people away about Star Wars. You know, it's like um, it looks so unique. It didn't look like anything else before it. All these unique designs, all the special effects were revolutionary. All the costumes were completely original. So it wasn't like your typical movie of its time. Like, I mean, before that, you had Stanley Clark's or Arthur Clarke's 2001, or Stanley Kubrick, you know, 2001, and which was a great sci-fi film, but it was so I don't want to say traditional, because it really wasn't, but I mean aesthetically, design wise, I mean even that, I mean it was just really clean. It was that clean future which we'd seen already in other films, even though the art direction on 2001 is amazing, but aesthetically it was still that kind of idealized, you know, Star Trek kind of future. Everything's sleek and clean, and and Star Wars just kind of was like, nope, this is going to be a really lived in universe, and these costumes are going to look dirty and super detailed, and it's a mix of the past and the future kind of together, and that's what makes Star Wars. That's why it's a sci-fi fantasy film, but it's a long time ago, you know. So in a galaxy far away. So that long time ago clues everyone in that this is the old, and then the galaxy far far away is kind of the new. So it's the old and the new together. But that's the contrast of Star Wars that makes it so fun to look at, and so interesting to watch, and so yeah. He's getting there. I'm starting to push some of those darker values, and I'll be able to go in and add the highlights eventually here. Probably save the highlights for tomorrow. Yeah, I got highlights to do on him. Vader. I have that Slave Leia I gotta finish, so. I feel like I gotta push some values in that mask a little bit more. I think it's getting there. Let's see. What else do I gotta push in here? Mask is really starting to pop now, which is good. I think we're getting there. Looking pretty good. All these nice shadows and see what I'm missing here. Let's go back with that 20 or 30%. Just fill in some of these holes real quick that I feel like need to be addressed. Yeah, it's coming out. Just about ready to call it a night on this thing. All I really have left is to do the highlights and then the final pencil technique and then clean it up a bit. Let's see, what else can I push some values in? It's looking pretty good, I think. All these little pieces of shading. Alright, let's see, a little bit. Where's that 50? Is that the 50? That's the 50. Push the rendering in the goggles just a little bit further. Oh, something here down here rendering the belt off camera. Sorry about that. It gets weird when I get down to the bottom here. It's like hard to see it when I'm doing the very edge of the art here. All right. Probably should call it a night since it's just about 5 a.m. It's looking pretty good, I think, for the most part. Pretty happy with how it's looking so far. So I still gotta push the highlights and the final technique in it, but yeah, so we got Mud Trooper coming along, he's almost done. Darth Vader coming along, he's almost done. Push the highlights and the final technique in him. BB-8, still gotta render with the grays, but that should be pretty easy to knock out. It's not as complex as Mud Trooper here. And then got the Slave Leia piece to finish up. So once I push in the darks just a little bit more on this one, yeah, so I can push the darks on her. She'll come along. I'll put the final technique in her. So cool. All right. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. If you're watching this on Twitch, I appreciate it. I know we had about 9 viewers at one point, which was pretty cool. It's not like Jim Lee's 40,000, but you know, I'll take 9. So yeah, we'll get back to these tomorrow and put the final technique on these, finish up rendering this one, and we'll get these knocked out and shipped off to their, hopefully their happy owners soon. So cool. All right, thanks everyone. I'm gonna log off and probably grab a snack and probably get some sleep soon. All right, have a good night, and I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. And if I don't come on tomorrow, then it'll be the next day for sure, but I'm going to try to jump on tomorrow and finish up some more of these. All right, thanks guys. Have a good night.